Hello Live, Matt here with Final Fantasy XIV Online for Nintendo Switch 2. Part 16! Let's play! Ayan, hinintay ko lang na mag-start yung game and right now, nasa Sanalan ata ako area. I'm not sure, but yes. Part 16. O, diba? Ang dami nangyayari. Alright. So we have a quest right now with Zombies Are People too. And guys, meron akong bagong mount. And this is the inflatable modcraft. Oh, diba? Let's go, Kupo! My dear friend 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽 just returned. It was you that found him? Why, you must be the kindest adventurer I've ever met. I promise I won't eat your brains unless you're the last adventurer in Eorzea. Perhaps you could track down my other 𝙵𝙸𝙽 friends as well. 𝙵𝙸𝙽 disappeared while we were on an excursion to La Nosea. Do you think it's my body odor? Could be. 𝙵𝙸𝙽. Ayan, gumagawa tayo ng mga fetch quests to get a something. Joy of joy, 𝙵𝙸𝙽 returned just moments ago. He assured me that he merely got lost and I smell just fine. At least that's what I think he meant to say. Why, that only leaves 𝙵𝙸𝙽. He was always the shy, retiring type. He was relaxing in his favorite spot when it was stolen away by a band of Amalja brigands. Could you find him for me? Oh, and take this fire sand just in case he's stuck inside. Hmm. Mabilis na to kapag marunong kang gumamit ng map. Nasaan dito? Oh, right there. Ay. Sabotendale. Eto, may isa pa akong mount. The Magitech armor. Sabotendale came back, then just left as quickly to go home with his brothers. Said that the winds of Thanalan were calling him home, or at least that's what I think he said. How nice it must be to have a family. Mine's long dead. Dead. not undead like me. Still, just knowing that I have friends in the vast, lonely world is enough for me. Why, I suppose I can even call you a friend too. Oh yes, you can. You don't mind my odor, do you? Hmm. Stay your sword, I promise. I'm not like the others. Why, I absolutely despise the taste of adventurer brains. Bloodthirsty adventurers always trying to hack me limb from limb. What did we zombies ever do to them? Aside from the brain eating, that is. Let's go! Eto na, remembering the past. There you are, to explain why we're here. Oh, but I haven't asked your name. How am I supposed to credit you if I don't even know that much? 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙽? The 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙽, champion of Eorzea? Small wonder I felt you were dependable. With one such as you helping me, everything will surely go well. But getting back to business, the interview I've arranged is with an officer of the Immortal Flames. As there's still time, however, I thought we'd pay a visit to the nearby graveyard first, so I can explain my motivation for the biography. I come from a small village near the Carteno Flats. It was burned down in the calamity, and those who died were laid to rest here, my parents among them. Oh, I'm sorry. It is hardly an uncommon tale. After the dread primal emerged from Dalamud, he unleashed fiery devastation across the length and breadth of Eorzea. But as much as the calamity has scarred the realm, it is quickly becoming just another event in the history books. Beyond occasionally giving thanks to the Archons that Eorzea was saved, people spare it little thought. But when you've lost so many loved ones, it is hard to feel that anything was saved. That's why I wish to know more about Louis Soix. By learning about his part in Eorzea's salvation, I hope that I will attain closure. That's my motivation for writing the biography. Okay, understood. Now then, in preparation for the interview, let's review what is known about our subject. It is difficult to define exactly when the seventh umbral calamity was set in motion. Many historians, however, point to the Empire's Meteor Project, which sought to bring 𝙵𝙬𝙽 down upon Eorzea. It was the year 1562 of the 6th Astral Era. Seeking to combat the imperial threat, Louis founded the Circle of Knowing, an order whose objective was the preservation of Eorzea. Through its members, the Archons of Sharlayan, the Circle worked to unite the nations of Eorzea in common cause. So the immortal flames of Ul'Dah, the Order of the Twin Adder of Gridania, and the Maelstrom of 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃𝙰𝚂𝚈. The result was the formation of the Grand Companies. Ayun na nga, na-mention ko na. The result was the formation of the Grand Companies in 3 city-states. The immortal flames of Ul'Dah, the Order of the Twin Adder in Gridania, and the Maelstrom of 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃𝙰𝚈. None of these would exist now were it not for their efforts. And then in the year 1572, when the situation was coming to a head, Louis himself made the journey to Eorzea in secret and engaged with each of the nations. What took place during that time is what I seek to learn in the interview. The man we're due to meet is the contact for the Free Brigade, a unit formed with adventurers, and he apparently had Louis' assistance for a mission. The meeting place is Highbridge to the northeast. It is more or less time now, so let's make our way there. You're the ones who seek an interview? I must say, I wasn't expecting to see the champion of Eorzea. I'm Nananji Nononji, the writer who made the request, and Mateo is kindly accompanying me for the interview. I can't thank you enough for taking the time out of your busy schedule to humor me. Come now, no need for the thanks. Like everyone, I hold Louis in the highest esteem. If you wish to know about him, Holland Aubrey is always glad to oblige. Without further ado, then let us begin. My understanding is you had dealings with Louis. Could you please tell me the details? As you know, our grand companies were formed thanks to the Circle of Knowing, but it wasn't until 𝙵𝙬𝙽 began turning red that Louis first appeared. It began with the word that an elderly Elezen man had come to Gridania who held the key to vanquishing primals. Upon learning of this, I sent an adventurer of the Free Brigade to make contact with him. I later learned that the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder had done very the same. At that time, our companies weren't yet collaborating. Each one only thought to stay ahead of the others. If truth be told, at first we didn't think much of Louis Soix, only that he was the leader of scholars who studied peculiar prophecies. But when the adventurer reported back, our opinion of the man completely changed. With his spellcraft, Louis Soix had opened the way into Ifrit's domain, and by the hand of dauntless adventurers, the Lord of Inferno was brought low. Alas, many defeats preceded that victory. It was reported that countless charred corpses lay strewn in the bowl of embers. Now, the mission also yielded a shocking revelation. Following the battle, Legatus Nile Vandarnus of the 7th Imperial Legion appeared and told the adventurer that the hour of reckoning was at hand, that Dalamud would soon fall and cleanse the land. That was when we realized that the Empire was behind the Red Moon's anomaly. So thanks to Louis Soix, you came to be aware of the Meteor Project. Still, it doesn't seem like you had much to act upon. As you say, afterwards, we scrambled to learn all we could about the project. For a blessing, we had the cooperation of a Garlean defector, Sid Garland, whom you know well. He revealed the details of the project, that it utilized a transmission tower to pluck Dalamud from the heavens, all for the purpose of purging us savages from the realm. I could continue telling you what I know, but from this point on, there is someone better suited than I am. If you're interested, I would be glad to introduce you to this individual. What say you? Well now, we'd be keen to speak with this person indeed. Very well. I will send word to the Adder's Nest. If you could take yourselves to Apkalu Falls, I will arrange for a meeting there. To go such lengths to help us, I can't say how grateful I am. Do not mention it. As I said, I hold Louis Soix in the highest esteem. He was the one who brought our three nations together, and nothing would please me more than for him to be remembered. Well, it's past time I return to Ul'Dah. I pray that the coming interview bears you fruit. The lieutenant certainly has great respect for Louis Soix. And thanks to him, we have another promising interview. Come, let's head to Gridania, where the Archon had sojourned. And look at this, guys. May pa fireworks. Diba? So this is Apkalu Falls. The conspicuous lack of the creatures aside, it's quite a beautiful place. Now then, the person we're to meet should be along shortly. Si Ymithra? Ah, okay. Kala ko si Ymithra. I was told there were those who wished to learn about Louisoix, and who should one of them but the champion... Basahin mo ulit yun. I was told there were those who wished to learn about Louisoix, and who should one of them be but the champion of Eorzea? Well met. I am Lieutenant Ciro Fulk of the Order of the Twin Adder. Nananji Nononji at your service. Thank you for sparing the time to speak with us. Think nothing of it. I must say though that Lieutenant Aubrey chose the perfect spot for the subject matter. Louisoix spent much time in rumination here in the days before the calamity. We Gridonians being somewhat reserved by nature, at first the citizens kept their distance. But in time, people warmed to him. He patiently lent an ear to their troubles, healing hurts and offering counsel, and gradually earned their trust. Sounds familiar. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably say is not wisdom, it is indolence. Louisoix spoke those words and lived up to them. He was the epitome of the Charlayan sage, and I recall myself being moved. Now, shortly after we had become aware of the Meteor Project, the hamlet of Quarry Mill was attacked by the primal Garuda. Both soldiers and civilians were among the casualties. The Order of the Twin Adder moved to vanquish the primal, but we were not alone. Through Louisoix's mediation, we had the support of not only our sister grand companies, but capable adventurers the realm over besides. Using an artifact known as the Vortex Feather, the Archon opened the way for a band of adventurers to sally forth into Garuda's turbulent domain, where they felt the fearsome being. Upon her defeat, however, the Primal's dispersed ether did not return to the land. Instead, it was absorbed into the Red Moon Dalamud. And when the Empire constructed a new base in Mordona, the Elder Seedseers saw the need for decisive action and put forth a proposal: the formal reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, which had for so long lain dormant. The initial response from the other nations was lukewarm at best. They felt that the burden to borne by each party was excessive, and they were loath to do aught that would place them at a Gosh, guys, di pa ako nag-aalmusal, so it could be that the reason why. The initial response from the other nations was lukewarm at best. They felt that the burden to be borne by each party was excessive, and they were loath to do aught that would place them at a disadvantage against their rivals. But the revelation that a lunar transmitter had been erected in the Imperial base prompted a change of heart. The tower controlled Dalamud's descent. If it could be destroyed, then the Meteor project would be forestalled. After having constantly been on the back foot, our nations were motivated to join hands, that we might strike a decisive blow against the enemy. Thus was the Eorzean alliance reformed, as the Circle of Knowing had hoped. At the same juncture, Louis Soix was asked to join the alliance as a tactician, and in that capacity he provided sage counsel to our heads of state. So, although he was at first treated with wariness, Louis Soix earned our trust through his actions, and paved the way to enduring cooperation between our nations. Indeed, were it not for him, we all would have perished divided. We owe Louis Soix a great debt. Now then, I expect you might be interested in hearing about the operation to destroy the lunar transmitter. But for that tale, I would recommend you seek out another, a decorated soldier who actually took part in the operation. Although a hardened warrior, she is quite friendly and should be glad to regale you with her experiences. Shall I send her word on your behalf? We would be duly grateful. Very well. If you could take yourselves to Maelstrom Command in 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃𝚰, I shall see to it that she knows to expect you. With that, I shall take my leave. I pray that the biography is a success. Everyone has been more helpful than I had dared to hope. It seems Louis Soix had quite an influence on others. That interview gave us some valuable insights into his character, and I'm eager to see what we learn in the next. Come, let's head to 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃𝚰, my home turf. Doon ako nag-start. Sa 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃𝚰. How fare things of late? My orders attempts to locate the paragon who warped poor Tristan's mind have come to naught. 'Tis as if the ASEAN simply vanished. I wonder, does he seek to evade our pursuit, or has he moved on to enact some of other foul deed? Whichever the case, I suspect we have not seen the last of that villain. What does it mean to be a summoner? Let us review the history and role of the summoner, that we might never forget the tragedy that befell that unfortunate Tristan. A summoner is a unique type of mage who harnesses the energy of the primals and reshapes it into a biddable avatar. In the ancient Alagan tongue, these avatars are known as egi. Only those who are present at the defeat of a primal and have captured its savage essence are able to manifest such etheric entities. Now, any explanation of the summoner is not complete without a brief history of its origin. The Alagan Empire reached its peak during the Third Astral Era. Dissatisfied with dominion over Eorzea alone, this thriving civilization sought to expand its borders to ever more distant lands. Eventually, the Empire cast its avaricious gaze upon the southern continent of Meracidia. The peoples of these nations did not, however, take kindly to being invaded, and they summoned the primals to repel the Alagan forces. Hard pressed by these incarnations of elemental wrath, the leaders of the Empire's military were forced to alter their tactics. They ordered the mages to They ordered the mages under their command to devise some manner of magic with which to counter the primals. And after much experimentation, the art of summoning was born. The magic invented by these arcane pioneers met with great success and within the Alagan Empire. The title of summoner earned the bearer an uncommon measure of awe and respect. Punta na tayo sa 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃𝚰. The Octant. Sabi niya near the Maelstrom Command. There you are. And there it is, Maelstrom Command. Shall we then? Mateo, ever a sight for sore eyes, and you must be Nananjin. Rashat Riki at your service. I understand you wish to hear about the operation to destroy the lunar transmitter? Indeed, I'm penning a biography of the Archon Louisoix, you see, for which I'm interviewing people who had dealings with him. I truly appreciate your time. You're very welcome. I would be glad to assist even if it wasn't a request from Lieutenant Fulk. Now then, to continue where he left off, it was shortly after the Eorzean alliance was formed. Our scouts returned with word that the 7th Legion had activated the lunar transmitter in their fortress in Mordona, now known as Castrum Sentry. The fortress was originally called Castrum Novum before the 14th restored and renamed it. It was in order to break through its defenses and destroy the transmitter that our three nations joined hands, and we were determined to succeed. The strategy that Louisoix proposed was elegant in its simplicity. While our main force drew the Garleans' attention with an all-out siege, an elite band of adventurers would infiltrate the castrum and make for the objective. We had entrusted adventurers with ridding us of the primals. Now we entrusted them with the very fate of Eorzea. I still remember the operation as if it were yesterday. Though we met with fierce resistance, we fought more fiercely still. No matter the cost, we had to ensure that the adventurers had a chance to strike at the transmitter. And when the messenger arrived bearing word that they had succeeded, it still makes my heart sore to recall that moment of triumph. That day, we learned that, by standing together, the people of Eorzea could oppose even the might of the Empire. It is no exaggeration to say that the victory paved the way for Eorzea's future. Without it, there would not have been an Operation Archon. Alas, it wasn't all glad tidings, for though we destroyed the transmitter, Niall Van Darnos appeared and claimed that he no longer needed the device to bring down 𝙵𝙽𝙽, that he himself had the power to do so. So long as Van Darnos lived, the threat of destruction remained, and so branding him an enemy to all life in Eorzea, the nations of the Alliance undertook a desperate manhunt. At length, they located him in Kerthas and sent their greatest warriors to hunt him down. Leading that formidable band was the adventurer whom they called the Warrior of Light. And though no records remain of the fierce encounter, one thing is certain. At battle's conclusion, Niall Van Darnos was brought low. As you know, however, our woes did not end with the White Raven, for Louis-Soix and his disciples determined that 𝙵𝙽𝙽 would continue to fall, and in a last-ditch bid to prevent the realm's annihilation, the Circle of Knowing issued a request to the Eorzean Alliance to secure the Carteneau Flats where the Red Moon was expected to crash. 'Twas no simple task, for the entirety of the 7th Legion had amassed in Carteneau, but it was necessary in order to perform a ritual to stop 𝙵𝙽𝙽, a ritual that invoked the power of the 12. So it was that the Battle of Carteneau was joined, and I dare say you know how the tale continues. To everyone's shock, the elder primal Bahamut emerged from 𝙵𝙽𝙽 and proceeded to unleash his fury upon the realm. Aye, and though all bore witness as Louis-Soix initiated the ritual, none remember what came to pass afterwards, neither what happened to Bahamut nor why the realm was reborn. The haze that afflicted memories of the calamity, but people remember events prior to that moment, yes? If so, do you know if anyone was near Louis-Soix during the battle? Someone who may have spoken with him? If someone was near him, I'm afraid I do not know. He was atop a rise for a ritual while I was a good distance away from on the front lines. My apologies. No, please, don't apologize. You have shared a wealth of information and I couldn't ask for more. Well, if you're satisfied, then so I am. And so am I. With that, I shall return to my duties, and I look forward to reading the biography when it's finished. Now I have a grasp of events leading up to the calamity, and yet... forgive me. I was deep in thought, in no small part due to your help. I've managed to learn a great deal, but there is still more that I wish to know. Might I trouble you to accompany me a little longer? If you're willing, please let me know. Sure! Preserving the future. Nananji desires more information for Louis-Soix's biography. You'll continue accompanying me then? Wonderful. Come, let's head to the Drowning Wench to discuss our next move. Our research proceeds apace so far. We've even learned things not found in literature. But tell me, based on what you've heard from our interviewees, what is your opinion of Louis? He's an exceptional leader, I would say. I agree. He possessed great leadership. If not, he couldn't have established the framework to realize his plans, no matter how brilliant they may have been. What struck me was how grateful the interviewees were to Louis for bringing their nations together in cooperation. It was nothing short of necessary for our survival. Yet, in knowing this, I can't help but wonder, in his capacity as a tactician, it seems to me he had done more than enough by devising a plan and facilitating its execution. He went far beyond that, risking life and limb on the front lines for a land not his own. Perhaps he needed to be there for the ritual. Perhaps he felt a sense of duty. Even so, as noble as it is to desire to help others, what good is it if you end up sacrificing yourself? What was it that compelled Louis to go to Carteneau, and what went through his mind as the battle unfolded? In order to do his biography justice, I feel I need to know these things. If Louis had people near him at that time, perhaps he shared words with them in his final moments, words that could provide some insights. But where to begin searching for such individuals, assuming that they exist? Yung apo. Sorry friends, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Just so happens I know a bloke as served among Louis' guard at Carteneau. Truly? You know someone who was with him? Aye. And as far as I'm aware, he wasn't keeping the fact a secret, just for good measure. Though, why do you want to speak with him? Louis' biography, eh? In that case, I reckon the bloke would be willing to cooperate. Orn Ginkum is the name, and he was a lieutenant of the Maelstrom. After the calamity, he turned to adventuring so as to be of greater help to the common folk. A Maelstrom officer turned adventurer? We'd be most keen to speak with him. Where might he be found? When Orn dropped in the other day, he said that he had business at the Moraby Drive docks. If you're lucky, might be as he's still there. Understood, we're in your debt. We can't let this chance pass us by, Mateo. Let's take ourselves to the dry docks at once. And of course, I have to go there myself. Grabe oh. Prepare all die. Jerome. Nananji. Right. Where could Orn be? In hindsight, we should have asked what he looks like. His name would suggest he's a Midlander, but well, nothing for it but to make inquiries. Let's split up for the task and meet again here. I'm sorry, but I've only just started helping out here. I'm still learning our customers' names. I couldn't say if it's the person you're after, but a man did come by earlier who appeared to be an adventurer. He bought a Nymea lily that we're currently trialing. Orn, as it happens, I spoke with him just earlier. He said that he wanted to buy flowers, so I directed him to a vendor. Not sure where he is as of now, though. Looking for an Orn Gwynkum, you say? Don't know anyone by that name, I'm afraid. I did walk by an unfamiliar fellow just now, though over the mark of the spinner. He had a flower in his hand, so he caught my eye. There you are, Mateo. Were you able to learn anything? So a man who could be Orn bought a Nymea lily and then went to the mark of the spinner. If we hurry there, we might be able to find him. Let's go. Begging your pardon, sir, but are you Lieutenant Orn Gwyncombe? I haven't been a lieutenant for years, but that's me. What can I do for you? I realize that this is sudden, but so you're writing Louis' biography and want to hear my account as someone who was near on hand at Cartano? There must be a reason that you're here too, the Warrior of Light, who led us to victory in Operation Archon. Very well, I will tell you my tale. Now then, where to begin? As you know, the battle was fought over the land where Dalamud was expected to fall. In the beginning, neither side was able to gain the upper hand, but when the Imperials deployed their Magitech armor, our ranks were thrown into disarray. Those charged with protecting Louis, like me, could only watch the carnage from afar, and though our forces managed to hold out thanks to the adventurer contingent, we sustained grievous casualties. But the real tragedy, what was followed, or but the real tragedy was what followed. The real tragedy was what followed. As Dalamud hurtled towards us, it began shedding fragments of itself before finally bursting open to unleash the primal Bahamut. As all below looked on in shock, the battle completely forgotten, Bahamut took wing and spewed fire all over the land. Men and Magitech armor alike were set ablaze and sent flying like so many insects. I only realized that I had stopped breathing when our commanding voice broke my trance. "You've done enough," Louis told us. "Now fly and save yourselves." But like my fellow guards, I wanted to remain. I couldn't charge into battle beside my comrades, at the very least. I would do my duty here and protect Louis to the last. But upon seeing us standing there, not making a move, Louis smiled and spoke thus: "If you would give your lives to protect something, then protect my hopes. Every soul who lives to determine their own fate is a source of hope. Bring bright and brilliant, so live, I bid you, and be among those who bear the light for others to follow. Those words awakened us to a greater purpose. If there was hope in my living, then I would live as Louisoix bid. No matter what, I would survive, and so together with my fellows, I began making my retreat. Alas, we had not gotten far when the explosion erupted and set us sprawling. I struggled to my feet just in time to see the enormous menacing silhouette of Bahamut looming over Louisoix. In the next instant, he was enveloped in light, and that was the last I remember of him. Louisoix's final moment. Amidst that light, he looked to be smiling. What he was thinking in that moment, I couldn't say. But one thing is certain. We, all of us, are alive thanks to him. Following the calamity, it was reported that Louisoix had defeated Balamut and said about the land's miraculous regeneration. Do you believe this is the truth? Every soul who lives to determine their own fate is a source of hope. What we've learned has reaffirmed my belief, Mateo. The belief that Louisoix was not an all-powerful savior one reads about in tales, but merely an ordinary man. But that man never forsook Eorzea. No, he stood for this realm to the last. He and countless other brave souls, and saved it from becoming a scorched waste. Against unimaginable adversity he fought, and at the cost of his life, paved the way to a brighter future for us all. The least I can do in return is tell his story, spread his message that where there is life, there is hope. Thanks to your account, I believe I have found an angle for the biography. I am truly grateful. Would you care to offer a prayer as well? The prayer that the light of hope which Louisoix preserved shall ever burn bright. Allow me to thank you again for recounting your experiences to us. Nay, it is I who owes you thanks for giving me the chance to share Louisoix's words. All these years, I had avoided speaking of the moment of his passing out of respect, but it would not do to take the tale to my grave. Through the biography, it is my hope that his spirit will live on in all of us. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I shall resume my pilgrimage to the marks. Wherever your travels take you, I shall be praying for your safety. Nymea lilies, the symbol of safe passage. As Louisoix stood there in Cartano, I wonder if he likewise prayed for someone's safety. At any rate, these interviews have yielded everything I had hoped for and more. Come, let's return to Ul'Dah and I'll have your reward for you at Ul'Dah at the Hall of Flames. Ah. There you are. I ended up troubling you longer than I had intended, but it was truly fruitful series of interviews. How fortunate that we could hear from those who lived that fateful time. While I still have many questions, the biography is beginning to take shape in my mind. I also feel as though I've attained a measure of closure. Louisoix fought simply as one of us, and he made the ultimate sacrifice that hope might endure. This I've come to realize and appreciate thanks to everyone's heartfelt testimonies. Now then, last but not least, I'd like to ask you for your thoughts on something. According to Orn, Louisoix smiled in his final moment. As he was enveloped in light, what do you imagine he held in his mind? The image of mankind thriving in the future. I see. I appreciate your thoughts. As I pen the biography, I'll be certain to remember your words. Well, sad though it is, it's time for us to part ways. I'll set to work on a draft, and I won't rest until the biography goes to print. Thank you for all your help, my friend. I couldn't have come this far without you. Aw, don't mention it. Primal Fear. Friend of to the dawn, hear my plea. Tidings most ominous arrive from Gridania. A primal walketh the shroud. Those who have borne the eldritch spirit witness and return to tell the tale avow that he never before have they seen its like. The god's quiver doth investigate as we speak, and meseems Bowlord Lewin would welcome a capable adventurer's helping hand. Pray, hie thee to the seat of the first bow and shine thy light upon the matter. Primal Awakening. 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙾 would speak with you regarding the unidentified primal. When the Cenary moon did wane, there sounded a blood-curdling roar. A new primal had roused. The portents gave us to believe. One whose identity yet lieth beyond our ken. By thy hand, 3 primals have since been vanquished. As each returned to their ether, 'twas observed that tremors foreshadowing this fourth grew in strength and frequency both. The being doth quicken, and in time it shall become a scourge upon the land. Yet even as we pondered a course of action, a benevolent soul did arise. One who would forestall this threat. Though she be tender in years, she is true of heart and steadfast of resolve. She would solicit thine aid, and if thou art willing to proffer it, lest thou wonder, this maiden is of our order. Thus did the antecedent straightways consent that thou shouldest assist her howsoever thou mayest. As soon as thou art able, hie thee to Wineport, where thy petitioner doth await thee even now. Thou shalt for a certainty find her visage strikingly familiar. Primal Nature. 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽 beseeches your aid in solving the resurgent mystery of the primals. It is decided. The stance of the scions must evolve from shifting sand to unyielding stone. My place, however, is here in this land of unending tragedy. Ever must I remain until the true nature of primals is revealed unto me. Many seasons did I toil to fashion a net across this vast realm, a net that catcheth not fish but nuggets of wisdom more valuable than gold. Yet even possessed of this hoard of knowledge, I cannot purchase all the keys to the confounding doors that bar my passage. Thus must I presume to unsheath the blade born of light. Thine is a strength that shattered the stoutest barriers, and doth pierce that which obfuscates the impotent gaze of ordinary men. We have not the luxury of time required for my measured scholarly pace, for the adder's nest is astir, hissing with the news of Garuda's return. Her winds have grown ever more violent, ever more destructive. What lieth behind this sudden waxing of power? The answer may well prove a vital piece of the puzzle of the primals' existence. Mine eyes perceive a looming wall of strife, poised to crash down upon our cities with unrestrained fury. For the nonce, you must pacify the Lady of the Vortex. Swiftly now to the adder's nest, High Serpent Commander Ul'Dah will have such details as thou needest to proceed. I shall await thee at the waking sands and pray for thy success. I'm gonna accept everything. The king lives. 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽 wishes to speak with you about the royal return of good King Mogulmog XII. Amongst Mughal-kind, the legend of good King Mogulmog XII doth tell of a wise and magnanimous ruler. Alas, the entity thus summoned put the lie to this imagining with this his brief and decidedly unpeaceful reign. 'Twas most disturbing for me to learn then that the Mughals' guard have once more succeeded in placing their manic potentate upon his thorny throne. Methinks the agents of chaos doth lurk in the shadows of this deed. Only with the Asians' guileful intervention could they have called the king back from the aether with such haste. As ever, it falls to thee, to the blade born of light, to banish the paragons' dark ambition from our realm. The 12 only know what dire power doth corrupt the savior of these gentle forest folk. Thy name has been called, Matteo. The more moderate faction of the Mughals had joined with the Order of the Twin Adder in an effort to open thee a path to the good king's domain. I bid thee make haste to the Adder's nest, and once more pledge thine aid in the disposing of this royal myth made flesh. Puro primals, huh? Dracolion, I have heard much of your deeds in recent days. You have come to lend strength to the primal investigation, yes? Your aid is most welcome. Who was that man in black? Lord Lewin would have you ascertain the veracity of the ominous rumors circulating about Gridania of late. I shall proceed directly to the matter at hand. Though it's still unsubstantiated, ill rumors stir amongst the townspeople of late. Rumors of a shadow-clad knight who rides in the shroud. Under normal circumstances, I would pay such idle ghost stories little heed. This time, however, we have a reason to suspect. But we have naught to gain by rushing to judgment, and I would have you go to the streets, Dracolion, speak with the people, and hear their words with their own ears. The Ghost Knight? Aye, I saw him, clad from head to toe in armor that seemed forged from shadow itself, galloping through the shroud atop his hell's-born steed. Mark my words, the trees themselves were quivering in fear that night. I have not slept a wink since I returned. Tatasosa. Hey, don't sneak up on me like that, friend. Forgive me. Ever since espying a glimpse of that ghastly horseman, my heart won't stop racing. I knew the elementals would punish us sooner or later for daring to disobey their will. This is surely a sign of sinister happenings to come. I saw him clear as day, or clear as night. You might say, with me own two eyes, more fearsome than the rider was his ghastly steed. I know not where you have traveled. No, I know not where you have traveled, but I can assure you, you've not seen more frightening a beast. One thing I can tell you, friend, there was no specter or shadow. Nay, he was as solid as you and me. Yes, I saw the Black Knight. After which I promptly fled for my dear life. Should you end up in my position, you'd be wise to do the same. I have my pride, but I'm not a fool enough to cast my life away. Besides, one look was enough to know. This is a manifestation of pure evil. Were he to turn that massive sword against Gridania, all of our lances as one could not hope to stand in his way. Hello, time skip, kumain saglit. A knight clad in shadow-forged armor? A mammoth sword and hell's-born steed? It is clear now. Our worst forebodings have proven most unfortunately prescient. 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽 would seek the counsel of others, the dark divinity. A ghostly knight atop his baleful steed. It is as I feared. The rumors bear a most inauspicious resemblance to the references in ancient scripture describing Odin, the dark divinity. It is my suspicion that the dark horseman of rumor is indeed Odin, and furthermore that this malevolent presence is a primal. And yet before the god's quiver takes action, I would seek the counsel of one versed in the holy writings. Make for quarry mill and seek out brother Oapesi. I would know what he knows, and be swift, Rakolion. If Odin is truly come to the shroud, time is not on our side. I am Oapesi, and you must be the adventurer I've been expecting. Ah yes, Odin, the dark divinity, 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽, 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽 is understandably distressed at his arrival. As one who has read the scriptures, however, I am not entirely surprised. Odin, as the ancient writings have it, rode forth into our world, wielding a dark blade capable of cleaving earth and the heavens. By his fell blade did perish earth itself, or earth herself. By his fell blade did perish earth herself and countless multitudes of her people. At long last a great hero of Alag did arise to do battle with the dark god. Odin was slain and his spirit sealed within the forest spring. For years this was thought to be a mere wives' tale, a ghost story told by mothers to frighten their young ones into obedience. But recent archaeological studies that Alagan ruins have unearthed damning evidence to the contrary. And now these rumors, the scriptures claim that the dark divinity slumbers in Earth's fount, deep in the heart of the shroud, where the power of the crystal confines him. I have ventured into the forest and seen the crystal with my own eyes, but this was many years ago. It is entirely within the realm of possibility that something has gone terribly awry, and the fetters of crystal confine the dark divinity no longer. I would send you to Earth's fount to investigate the matter, but be forewarned, your path will not be an easy one. Should any evil spirit stand in your way, this water of cleansing should avail you. The crystalline Gao that held the dark divinity in check. Were you able to ascertain what has become of it? Magical energy still remains in this stone, though its powers have grown dim. What's more, behold how the stone has been cleaved clear in twain by Odin's fell blade. There can be no doubt. Yes, there can be no doubt as to the identity of our unwelcome guest, and yet it is almost curious. If the dark divinity rides free, why does he tarry in the shroud? Any road, you are to be commended for your bravery, adventurer. Simi is preparing a report on this very matter as we speak. I would be most grateful if you could share your findings with her as well. So it is indeed as we feared. The seal of Earth's fount has been broken and the dark divinity rides again. I must draft a report immediately. Your assistance in the investigation has proven invaluable, adventurer. You have our thanks. With your aid, I have finally managed to complete my report. A thorough survey of all witness reports, along with the most recent or the most credible theories regarding the dark divinity's presence in the shroud. I intend to deliver copies of the report to Brother O. Apesi and Bow Lord Lewin myself. The Scions, too, will no doubt be eager to learn of our findings. I would be most appreciative if you could deliver a copy to Urianger in my stead. My duties demand that I remain composed, but in all truth, I fear for the fate of our people. Should the time come that the dark divinity draws his blade against Gridania, promise me that we can count on your aid. Mateo, I am most heartened by thy safe return. Wert thou able to cast light on the shadows that haunt the shroud? So it is true, having awakened from nigh eternal slumber, the dark divinity now rides free in the shroud. Whilst you were afield, I immersed myself in the scriptures. The more I scoured the words, the more I did realize that the writings draw heavily upon Allagan historical chronicles. History is quite fascinating beast, is it not? One nation's glory is another's suffering. One nation's great heroes, another's most abhorrent villain. I mean not to speak in platitudes, only to say that there is never but a single side to any story, even a story that is presented as historical fact. To what end did the great hero of Alag seal Odin in a gaol of a crystal? What impels the dark divinity to ride once again? Cast thy light on the shadows of history, friend, that we might be delivered from the darkness. Oh, it's you! Girl, where have you been? It has been a while, adventurer. As I recall, my brother Alfino took the liberty of introducing us when first and last we met. But for the sake of propriety, 𝙵𝙫𝙽 I thank you for coming. I have heard much and more of your exploits. By your hand, the Black Wolf is slain and his ultima weapon destroyed. You are possessed of great strength and courage. That much is a plain. I shall have need of one such as you if I am to see my vision through to its conclusion. As you may be aware, the violence of Dalamud's fall changed not only the face of the realm, but also the base of the realm. Specifically, it played havoc with the etheric currents, creating vast confluences of ether below the surface. Among other phenomena, this led to the formation of subterranean caverns at key points of stress. One such cavern lies beneath Castrum Occidens and extends to only the god knows where. Despite appearances, Castrum Occidens is much a research facility as it is a fortress. Gaius van Belisar chose the site for no other reason than to probe the caverns without interference. As you went about vanquishing the returned primals, I observed a repeating wave pattern in the ether, corresponding exactly to the dates on which you were reported to have felled Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda. Upon closer examination, it became clear that these unique waveforms emanated from deep beneath the aforementioned stronghold. Crucially, I've recorded that same pattern during the recent celebrations and have since been given to understand that this phenomenon bears a disquieting similarity to one observed shortly prior to the calamity. 5 years ago, my grandfather invoked the power of the 12 that he might contain Bahamut. Alas, his efforts failed and he vanished together with his foe. I would know the truth of what transpired that day, of grandfather's fate, and of the metamorphosis that swept across the land. In casting light upon these mysteries, we will find a way to cure what ails this world. It is my belief that the answers I seek lie hid within the depths of the cavern. I would have you accompany me on an expedition to find them, Matteo. If truth be told, I am not wont to rely upon others, and have thus far handled matters alone. Yet I am not blind to my limitations. Unescorted, I cannot hope to succeed in this endeavor. I swore that I would find a way to restore peace to Eorzea. If you desire the selfsame, then aid me, and you aided my brother, as you aided my brother and the Scions. I'm in your debt. You're a man of action, and I sense that we will accomplish much together. But let us not waste any more time. As I mentioned, Castrum Occidens straddles in the cavern I wish to explore. If I am to have a hope of reaching it alive, I will need you to infiltrate the stronghold first and locate a path into the depths. Once you have done so, pray Pray report your success to Storm Private 𝙵𝙰𝙽𝙽. You may consider her as my assistant here in Wineport. I have every faith that you will not fail me. 12, speed your way, Mateo. I've been expecting you, Mateo. By your coming, I take it you have successfully located the cavern entrance inside Castrum Occidens? So that's where it is to be found. Marvelous. Oh, but allow me to properly introduce myself. 𝙵𝙰𝙽𝙽 is my name, and it is my honor to serve Lady Alize. Though, for reasons of convenience, at present I also serve the Maelstrom. This uniform accords me certain privileges, you see. In particular, ready access to the Maelstrom's regional scouting reports. They provide a wealth of local knowledge, including information on secret passages. But enough about me. I shall notify Lady Alize of your discovery, that she may prepare for the expedition. Though I don't doubt your abilities, none can say what dangers lurk beneath Castrum Occidens. For my lady's sake as well as your own, please spare neither preparation nor caution. Pray choose your companions well. The binding coil of Bahamut is... Wait lang. Timestamp ulit. Ayan, I had to go banyo nga ni. Ayan. Enter the binding coil of Bahamut. Turn 1 with a party of other players. Grabe, 30 minutes. Ang tagal, doy. So, habang hinihintay ko yan, gawin na natin to. Yung primal nature. Ah, Mateo of the Scions. Might I deduce from your stern expression that you have heard the disturbing news? I, Garuda, returns once more to plague our nightmares. I fear this incarnation of the lady is more tempestuous than aught we have yet witnessed. If you are prepared to face this roiling storm, then I will brief you on what must be done. Mat- Mateo of the Scions, glad glad I am to see you. I assume you have been apprised of the situation regarding the Google of the Mughal monarch. After your previous deposal of the king, Kublai Khan approached the Mughals' guard and attempted to convince them of the error of their ways. Unfortunately, it appears his efforts at persuasion had rather the opposite effect. The royal sentries reportedly flew into a frenzy and focused their righteous indignation into a new summoning ritual. Mayhap it was the unwavering intensity of the Mughal guard's prayers, but the king has returned to the forest enveloped in an almost blinding aura of majesty. Kublai Khan tells us that this dauntingly maniacal avatar has now taken to calling himself Great King Great King Mughal 12. Suffice it to say that the elder Seed Seer is willing to condone the necessary act of regicide. For the safety of all who dwell within the 12's Wood, it has been decided that the king must fall. A certain member of the elder Seed Seer's personal guard has already escorted Kublai Khan to the ward that shields the monarch's domain. Those among us in the ability to see Mughals are often in high demand, but considering the urgency of your mission, our leader felt it best expedite matters. Pray make your preparations and set out as soon as you are able. Kublai Khan awaits you in the bramble patch in the East Shroud. Oh, I knew you'd come. At least I was hoping, Kupo. Not long ago, I had a stern word the Muggles guard about the dangers of turning pleasant fairy tales into disturbing reality, but they insisted that the intimidating force that is Good King Muggle Mug the 12th, may his scepter of judgment ever command our respect, is exactly the sort of savior we need. The Muggles guard are afraid, Kupo, afraid of how the forest has changed, afraid of the never-ending conflict, afraid that we Mughals have no place in this new world. I am scared of all those things too, but the thought of unleashing our royal menace upon the 12's Wood scares me even more, Kupo. Please, you must deal with them firmly before this goes too far. A measured thrashing, of course, nothing too brutal. You can enter Thorn March here, though the tear I've made in the ward. Take care. Ano? Through the tear I've made in the ward. Take care, good fortune, and in the meantime, I'll go let others know what great King Muggle the 12th, may his reign end with minimal bloodshed, will be vacating his throne, Kupo. Oh my gosh, extreme. Nakakaloka. Okay, at least ito 15 minutes lang. Anyway, timestamp. Alright, timestamp ulit. Mukhang this one's gonna take forever. So, I'm gonna do the Vermilion Vendetta first. Ulit. Oh yes. The hand that controls these assassins cannot be far. Let's split up and search, shall we? Yell if you run into battle or into trouble. Delectable. Your mortal frame brims with vital energies, an irresistible feast. Mateo, are you unharmed? Lombard. A pleasure to see you. Ziron. My, how the years have etched themselves upon your brow. Your brow. That this smirking bastard is Lombard. We were allies once. Ah, yes, the valiant crimson duelist. Such fond memories. I relish their slaughter. The duelists live on through me, traitor. Not for long, my old friend. You shall soon share their fate. Mateo. Rude interruptions. This is not how I wish to savor your defeat. Lombard, gods damn you. You knew that man? Yes, we'll speak of it later. First, I would know where you learned to cast spells like that. I don't remember anyone teaching me. It just sort of happened. Just sort of happened? I expected you to club things with that old scepter, not fling balls of fire. Incredible. So Arya, does this mean you've overcome your fear of the undead? What are... Charot. Well, my friends, shall we return to Aleport now that we have unmasked the Cabal's master? I can tell you this much, he's not a man we wish to confront unprepared. As was apparent through our unpleasant exchange, I have a history with this master of the assassins. His name is Lombard. 20 years ago, he and I were part of the group who founded the Crimson Duelists. We studied the fated teaching passed through generations of 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽 and revived the art of red magic as a weapon against tyranny. But one day, Lombard simply snapped. He murdered my unsuspecting comrades and vanished into the shadows. I returned from scouting alone to discover the aftermath of the massacre. It was later that I learned his treachery had been paid for with imperial coin, but never could I find what became of the man himself. After 20 years of fruitless searching, I thought of him dead. This has now become a matter of vengeance. I mean to pursue Lambarde and exact a price for his betrayal, but I will not ask you to join me in this vendetta. Worry not, Matteo. Your grasp of red magic will allow you to grow without the need of a teacher. As for you, Arya, I will arrange a suitable sanctuary. I'll not turn you out to fend for yourself. I shall treasure the time we spent together, my friends. May our paths cross again. Should we let him just go off alone like that? I don't know about you, but I feel my part in this is not over. Yes, Matteo. Was there something else? I will go with you. This is not your battle, my friend. I will deal with Lambarde alone or die in the attempt. You. I can see I am wasting my breath. You have that determined look that so impressed me the first time we met. Very well, we stand together then. You are more comrade to me now than student, Matteo, and I welcome your sword at my side. I'm coming too. I want to help save others from this monster, just as you saved me. I want you to teach me red magic. As things stand, I'm just a burden to you. If I'm to do more than be carried along in your wake, I need my own way to make a difference. You certainly do have an aptitude for the arcane. Lambarde appears to target such youths for recruitment into his puppet cabal. But Matteo rescued you from that mindless fate, and now you would don the red to fight in our crusade. There's a sense of rightness to it, isn't there? Stand with us then, Arya. Join the ranks of the Red Mages. Oh. Matteo. Zeron. You look splendid, but it's more than clothes which make the woman. Help me train her as I trained you, Matteo. I'll pay close attention, I promise. And oh, Arya, there'll be no more hiding behind Matteo. Is that clear? I'll try to be brave. So dapat maging ano ko, level 58. Out of the blue, level 50. A yellow jacket in need is a yellow jacket indeed. You there. Would I be right in guessing you're an adventurer? If so, I have a request to make. We've had reports of some charlatan claiming to be a blue mage, whatever that's supposed to be. He could be a blue-arsed dwarf rat for all I care. But I hear he's selling so-called soul crystals to adventurers for a tidy sum. Apparently, they're meant to give the holders all sorts of mystical powers. Which is a load of chocobo shite, according to a dozen or so dissatisfied customers. You see, spells and whatnot are not really my field of expertise, which is why I want you to help me investigate. I need you to tell me whether these crystals are the genuine article. If they turn out to be fakes, I'll arrest him on charges of fraud and you will receive fair payment for your assistance. And if they, by some miracle, end up doing what he claims, you might be able to pick up a new parlor trick or two. So, are you in? Very good. We've received word he's haranguing passerby near Summerford Farms. I'll meet you there. You got here just in time. It looks like he's about to make his pitch. Oh, blue mage? Oh, ba't kamukha ko to? Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Martin, and today I present to you a wonder of the new world. I call it blue magic. Beyond the indigo deep live the Wallaki, who have their own unique brand of spellcasting. Like black and white magic, it draws on ether from our surroundings, but that's where the similarities end, my friends. I'm sure you've all seen wild creatures lashing out with fire, ice, and what have you. It's a form of self-defense, see, but it's still magic. The Wallaki discovered how to harness ether in the same way and wield the forces of nature. But how, I hear you cry? It's simple. You have to attune your mind to the instincts of the beast. When a creature is driven to attack, you can see into its soul. When you overcome it in battle, you absorb some of its ether and make its power your own. Of course, it's not as easy as picking fights with the local wildfire, but my Wallaki mentors taught me well, and now it's my turn to teach you. Behold the power of blue magic. By the 12, did you see that? I thought you'd be impressed. Now, before anyone asks why it's called blue magic, let me tell you. For the Wallaki, this color holds special meaning, sacred even. And seeing as this ain't white or black magic, it seemed like the perfect fit. I suppose you're all also wondering what you need to become a blue mage like me. Well, for starters, you'll be wanting one of these, a soul crystal. And don't forget a specially designed outfit to help you look the part. I'll even throw in some of these spellbooks, personally penned by yours truly, containing everything you need to know about learning blue magic. I've got enough for all of you, but you'd better snap them up before it's too late. Are you lot really that dense? Can't you see he's playing you for fools? Drive the beast to attack? More like run headlong into battle with only a silly blue costume for protection. Of course, no one can claim it's fraud when they're at the bottom of some creature's belly. We feast on your flesh, smooth skins. Your gods cannot save you now. All of you, stay back. No more! Please spare us! They never stood a chance. Bugger all the swords and shield nonsense. I'm giving blue magic a try. There's definitely something fishy going on here, and the arrival of those Mamulja was a little too timely for my liking. Come on, let's see where he goes next. It looks like he's heading for the Moravi dry docks. Follow me. According to one of the guards, this Martin character has been seen skulking around the docks over the last few days. Apparently, he's been begging for leftovers from the mess hall, considering that he's making Gil hand over fist from gullible adventurers. This strikes me as more than a little odd. Anyway, he was last spotted making his way to the Salt Strand. Let's go. Just as I suspected, he's up to no good. Why else would he come all the way to a place like this? Martin, you say you'll be less violent this time, but that was very violent. Very violent indeed. It all adds to the realism, and you lads did a great job. Your gods cannot save you now. Nice improvisation. That one bloke damn near that shot himself. I think we've seen enough. Hold it right there. I'm placing you under arrest on charges of fraud. Fraud? This is all a big misunderstanding. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. The game's up, and the same goes for you too. I knew you were in cahoots from the very beginning. As for those crystals, I'm about as convinced by them as I was by your acting. Say what you will about our sales technique, but there's nothing dodgy with the merchandise. I'll have you know I poured my heart and soul into those crystals, and the spellbooks explain how to learn the magic. I ain't my fault if the buyers can't be ours to read them. And if you're thinking about clapping me in irons over the outfits not providing enough profit. And if you're thinking about clapping me in irons over the outfits not providing enough protection, I can assure you they were tailored specifically with the needs of a blue mage in mind. I'll admit I had to cut a few corners to keep the cost down, but still. It all boils down to whether the soul crystals are genuine or not. I know it's a lot to ask, but would you try this blue magic of his? Walang mawawala. Come on, mate. Don't be shy. Once you've learned your first spell, you'll know I ain't pulling your leg. I'll even let you borrow one of the outfits. Well, it doesn't look fake to me. Except for the hat. I don't like the hat. I don't like the hat at all. Ah, oh yes, very fetching. While you've been getting changed, Latulja and Gahilja have been luring over a nice cooperative baby kraken to teach you water cannon. The bait's been laid, so one should turn up any moment now. Run away! That's a bit on the big side, lads. Not to worry, all you have to do is give it a few licks with the patented blue magic focus, or stick if you prefer, and our tentacled friend will return the favor by firing possibly quite painful jets of water at you. Oh, and try not to die. Oh, what the heck? What's with the hat though? What am I doing? Impressive. After that little escapade, you should be able to fire your very own water cannon. By the by, you don't, strictly speaking, need to be struck by the magic you're trying to learn, but that'll probably happen whether you want it to or not. In some cases, repeatedly, as long as you're the one the beast is after, its power should be yours, assuming that you can defeat it. You see, this is what most people don't realize about becoming a blue mage. When you start out, you're like a blank slate. It takes a fair amount of bravery, to stare these creatures down and look into their souls. It's a shame that not all of my customers have your determination, but that's hardly grounds for calling me a fraud. You don't think he's telling the truth, do you? Ang pogi talaga ng character ko. Now that's settled, I'll be having my wares back if you don't mind. What's that? You still don't believe me? To be honest, mate, I don't know what more can I... What's that? You still don't believe me? Well, to be honest, mate, I don't know what more I can do. Tell you what, why don't I give you a soul crystal, outfit, and a spellbook for free? That way, as a fully fledged blue mage, you can act as living proof of my innocence. Sounds fair to you? Open the Blue Magic spellbook under the character in the main menu to assign active actions. Blue Mage arms generally have no effect on your attributes. However, equipping armor and accessories that boost your intelligence will greatly increase the damage dealt by your offensive magic. If you lose your Blue Mage gear, replacements can be purchased from Calamity Salvagers in Limsa Lominsa, Gridania, and Ul'Dah. What's the weapon then? Ay! Hala! Nagkamali ako doon, day. Anyway. Diyos ko, level 1? Talaga ba? Hmm. Blue leading the blue. Martin's freedom hangs in the balance and only you can prove his innocence. Well, hold on. Rather than gaining new actions by increasing in level, blue mages learn them from enemies. To acquire an ability, you must witness your foe perform a specific attack before defeating it. The actions you learn are recorded in the Blue Magic Spellbook, found under Character in the main menu. All actions must be registered before they can be used. You may register up to 24 spells at once. Checking the box next to a spell will add it to the list of active actions. From there, they can be set to a hotbar. The Blue Magic Spellbook details the attack type and aspect of each action. You can also view hints on where to acquire spells that you have yet to discover. In addition, if you use the Duty Finder to enter duties with level sync or item level sync enabled, the chance of acquiring spells from the corresponding enemies is significantly increased. Unlike most other weapons, Blue Mage arms generally have little effect on the character's attributes. However, the intelligence gained from the armor and accessories provide a much larger increase in offensive magic damage compared to other jobs. Ah, okay. If anyone knows how a proper blast feels, it's him. Gods know he's been on the receiving end enough times. This is only way. Please avoid maiming Latulja too severely. Painful yet refreshing. Refreshing yet painful. See? I was telling you the truth, wasn't I? Well then, we'd best be going. It's been a pleasure. Not so fast, you blue-haired wit. I'll admit, the spell worked as you said it would, but you can't sell those soul crystals without adequately explaining the risks. It's irresponsible. Some might even call it deliberately neglectful. You're not under arrest, but from this day forth you are strictly forbidden from peddling any more of your wares. If I hear you've sold so much as the blue handkerchief, I will hunt you down and throw you behind bars. For your aid in the investigation, you have my thanks. Fare you well. I don't bloody believe it, just as I was beginning to turn a half-decent profit. Well, well, that was quite the show, darlings. Neither black nor white magic, but something new entirely. Blue magic. Yes, it is sure to draw a crowd, as you have amply demonstrated. And who might you be? The name's Royce, and I manage the Celestium in Ul'Dah. It's an arena where daring young souls such as yourselves perform feats of bravery for the audience. Unlike the Colosseum, the vast majority of the entertainment pits man against beast, with the matches being brought to an end before either side suffers any serious injury. While our patrons revel in the thrill of combat, acts of wanton brutality and bloodshed are considered distasteful. Rather than savagery and slaughter, our appeal lies in the personas that our participants assume to add a touch of drama to the proceedings. However, I'm not one to settle for a mere modicum of success. The goal is to make the Celestium renowned the world over, and to that end, I have been searching for something truly unique. And that is when the word of this blue magic of yours reached my ears. Martin, my blue bundle of crowd-pleasing wonderment, how would you like to be the very first contestant in the masked carnival? It will be an event pitting your magic against a host of bestial foes. Listen, this is serious stuff. I didn't go through all the trouble of learning all these spells to entertain a bunch of gawping spectators. Paying spectators, my dear. Some of them are quite wealthy, in fact. And you stand to earn rather a lot of coin. Now you're talking my language. I say, darling, where are you going? I was about to make you the same offer. I hate to burst your bubble, love, but my, apprentice here is barely taking the first step on the road to becoming a blue mage. Wouldn't want him meeting a grisly end in the middle of the arena, would we? Once I learn some more blue magic, I'll win for sure. That's the spirit. I'm in no rush, so take as much time as you need with your preparations. Perhaps you could oversee his training between matches? Training? That weren't part of the deal. Oh, I'm not asking you to do it for free, my dear. Quite the contrary. You'll pay me for that too? Consider it done. That's what I like to hear, Martin. Let's get you to Ul'Dah for your costume fitting. Come along. I have to wear a costume as well? I've got a bad feeling about this. Well, shit. I'm gonna die here. Wait, I need to go back to, ano. Okay, masyado na akong naaliw. Masyado akong naaliw, magpo 4 hours na yung video. Uy, mag-aapat na oras na yung video. Tigil mo na yan. Anyway, you guys, yan muna ang part... Pang ilan na ba to? Part 16? Yan na muna ang part 16 ng Final Fantasy XIV Online for Nintendo Switch 2. Until next time, you guys. Ciao!